Welcome back, everyone, and a banana phone. That's a new one. Welcome back to Botched Rolls Campaign 2. You can see what kind of trouble we can get into. As always, we're going to start with our wonderful announcements before our recap, and then we're going to jump into it. So we're going to let Christy do our regular announcement, first regular announcement.
All right, so this is going to be a little more complicated for me today. I'm trying to show you one of our newest dice towers. This is the Ghost Ship, and I don't know if you can get an idea of how big this thing is. It's huge. So it's 18 inches long. It's actually in 3 pieces, and I'm going to take it apart to show you the pieces. The bow of the ship is going to be your dice vault. Some nice dice vault in here. I know, right? And while I'm here, I'm going to show you some of the details. I'm not sure how well you can see them, but there's, even a little skeleton climbing up the sides. There's many of them all over this ship. Then the center section is just the dice tray, and the dice go in the back section here for your dice tower. So this is, we're all about pirates right now, and this is just kind of the coolest dice tower I think I've seen, and I don't know how long.
All about pirates.
All about pirates.
What? Our flag means death?
Yeah.
Pirates?
Something like that.
I see a kraken.
18 inches is average, though, right? That's what we established.
18
inches cold.
Yeah. Welcome to Botched Rules.
And I'm just going to let that sit all. Yeah, that's all that needs to be said.
Yeah.
If you need 18 inches, visit DicetowerDungeons.com.
Oh my god. Oh. All right. I'm going to pass it over to Jake for our next announcement.
Big thank you to dddice.com for letting us use their fantastic dice roller. It's right now in alpha, but as you can see, we can roll and share. So when one person rolls, other people can see it in your group, and it pops up and populates, and it's pretty fun and awesome. So thank you for them, and check them out. Yeah, dddice.com.
All right. Go ahead, Ariel, with our last announcement.
Yeah, well, excuse me. Next weekend, some of our cast is going to San Diego Comic-Con. And the poor ones of us that are staying home, sad, will be doing something different. So we won't have episode 5 next Sunday, but we're going to be doing something different. So be on the watch for our Discord announcement as to what we're going to do.
Discord link is in the chat.
Boom.
Discord link is in the chat, in our Twitter, TikTok, everywhere, I think. I would imagine.
Yeah, Dice Tower Dungeons will be there. I do believe Damien will be there.
Yep.
I don't think they're
Doing a thing.
They're doing a thing. I don't think he's doing a thing with Dice Tower Dungeons at the Comic-Con.
No, I'm with somebody else, and I wish I could talk about it.
Ooh, saucy.
Secrets.
Mysterious.
Go on.
I'll be honest, Damien, it's a bit sexy.
Keep your secrets.
Which studio?
I wish I could even say which studio it's with, but I can't, unfortunately.
But it's with a studio.
A studio. Funny.
Yeah.
Well, we'll know after next week. So.
Oh yeah.
Spoiler: Damien is replacing Johnny Depp in the next Pirates movie. That's why
you promised you wouldn't say anything.
So you all should follow Damien on Twitter and Instagram.
Yes.
Yeah,
Damien's not getting drunk; he's just getting into character.
That's actually a really good way to say that.
Method acting.
Yeah, method acting.
Method drinking.
A little bit more sachet and sway.
But so with that, we're gonna pass. Brother Maury is going to do our recap, and then we're going to jump right into it.
I promise this one will be much better than the last one because I have notes for this one. So, my brothers and sisters, if you allow me to testify for a moment and recap where we left off last session, because after Brother Fargus pinned down a young vampiress, a little girl that he stabbed through the heart with a stake and she burnt to ashes, we faced ourselves with a decision. Do we, this ragtag group of travelers, decide to return to that mausoleum where we were awoken, randomly put together, and destroy Leon? Or do we, wait out till the next night and let him come to us? Well, you know what we did? We got a carriage ride from our good friend Baldwin. He works for the Lord and Lady. And the group quickly made their way down to the basement of the mausoleum and contrived a large incendiary bomb? Kind of bomb. Close enough. That we sent into the lair of Leon, and it did absolutely nothing because he was in a stone sarcophagus, not a coffin. It's a sarcophagus. We educate. It was a very tough battle, and poor Ovid went down, I think, once. Nope, twice. Twice he was brought to death's door, and I felt so bad for my brother Ovid, but I brought him back to life as I am, a glorious divine being. We lit that vampire on fire, only to discover he was still kind of coming back to life, so we had to put it out. Luckily, our brother Medic stores a large quantity of apple juice inside his body somewhere that he was able to relieve himself onto this vampire, and that we were able to drag him out and properly dispose of him in the sunlight. And now, with our new loot in tow and experience earned, we have made ourselves back to Brightwood Manor and laid our heads down for the evening, hopefully to wake to a brighter day. Can I get an amen, Brother Josh?
Amen.
Thank you, brother.
Amen. So yeah, when last we left off, you had passed fairly peacefully through the night, and nothing had occurred, no screaming, no howling. Mr. Cavalian, as you only needed 4 hours, you were the first to wake up.
Okay. I'll look around, see if there's been any changes, anything moves, anything odd, weird.
You see, looking around, you do see Fargus and M3 by the door. I do believe, yeah, it was you three that went out into the world, into the hut you'd previously slept in. Other than those two sleeping in, M3 in the sentry mode, and Fargus asleep. That's all you see. It seems the sun seems to be shining a little brighter outside.
Okay. Then, assuming that I still got the rest of my watch to take, I will find a vantage point nearby and assume the position.
Okay. M3 in sentry mode, you see as Mr. Cavalian heads out into the morning. That would probably rouse you. So what do you do upon waking?
Motion detected. Archiving footage. Fargus is still there. He's breathing very well. I will follow Cavalian outdoors and see what is about. Do I find Cavalian, or is he, Mr. Cavalian, is he hiding?
I'm not. I wouldn't hide from you. So if I see you come out, I'll stick my hand up or whatever and make myself known.
Okay.
Very well. Greetings, Cavalian.
I would ask you if you slept well, sir. You probably don't actually sleep, do you?
I was able to defrag my memory.
Is that a good thing?
Yes,
Good.
Memory
Excellent. Well
will
done.
be more optimal.
Excellent.
And you?
I slept well. Thank you very much, yes. No, so far, I've only been up for about 10 minutes. Nothing has occurred. You're welcome to join me if you wish, or I'll just carry on now.
I can speak and watch at the same time. I wanted to say I was surprised, I suppose, based off of our previous encounters, that when you were shut out the door, that you actually came back in. Perhaps my previous assertions about your behavior are requiring revising.
I think we all have somewhat fragmented views of the other's behaviors back then. So
It's not something that I often admit to myself, but I have a bit of a history of those who just abandon the group. So,
I could understand it then.
yes.
I have never abandoned a group yet. I don't intend on starting now.
Understandable.
There's safety in numbers in this world being somewhat dangerous.
There is. There are. At any rate, that is all I wished to say on the matter.
Well, thank you.
And you are most capable in combat.
Thank you. One tries one's best. So, and likewise, I have seen you do some sterling work. And whilst we've had our disagreements in the past, I'm actually glad you're on my side this time.
Agreed. I am still getting accustomed to this era. These crude tools that are being used. But in time, with experience, perhaps I will get a bit more proficient.
Yes, I know that feeling well. I have been around for quite a while myself, being an elf. Perhaps quite as long as your good self.
Well,
Yes.
waking hours, you probably outlast me, but I have been around for a while, but cloistered in a cave doesn't quite count, I believe.
No, true. Tell me, what do you think of our host and hostess and the manor over there? I'm still reticent to give them my complete trust.
Thus far, based off of their behavior, I do not see any cause of or reasoning for distrust. They have been kind hosts. Although they are not completely forthcoming, I don't believe we've had much time for conversation with them.
It's not that I distrust them, it's more that I haven't yet found a reason to trust them. I'm neutral, ambivalent. The way that they didn't blink an eye at a zombie being brought into their establishment was somewhat concerning. But
is that not common practice? Is that not common practice now?
No. Very, very much no.
Okay, then therefore Brother Maury's behavior is abnormal?
Yes, it was very abnormal. If I had, I was quite unsure what he was planning on. No foul, it seems.
I myself am not entirely against raising of the dead. Use of tools, whatever they may be in whatever form, they're used for a purpose that is gainful for our purposes. That shouldn't be a problem. Meat is meat. Metal
He was
is
very
metal.
useful. He was very, very useful in the tasks that he performed. I understand that. And of course, at the end of the day, being already dead, he is somewhat more, well, can't think of the word. We can just get rid of him, should we feel the need.
They are disposable.
Disposable. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
My lexicon
So,
is
Your lexicon.
my lexicon is up to date as far as I can tell.
Still trying to work the sleep out of my head at the moment. I can do with a cup of coffee. So.
I do not have this coffee you speak of.
Oh, that's a shame. Mind you, the way that you seem to have been dispensing liquid recently, I'm not sure I would drink any, even if you did have some.
I'm not familiar with coffee.
Probably
Perhaps
for the
someone
best.
should. I'm sorry,
Probably for the best.
if you say so.
Anyway. I shall get back to my watch. If there's anything else I can do for you, please do let me know.
Nothing comes to mind at the moment.
Very well.
Fargus.
And I'll...
Go ahead.
Oh,
Jake?
no. That was it. Yeah, that was
Okay.
it.
Fargus, it's about this time you awake alone in the hut.
I notice that no one's in the room. Doesn't really bother me, and I just prepare my mushroom tea as I've done every morning for the past 75 years.
Okay.
Drink that, and 5-10 minutes, just kind of relax, meditate a little bit. Do I hear any animal sounds? As I'm listening, I'm thinking about, okay, I'm thinking we may have gotten rid of the source of the blight. So I'm, do I hear anything off the gate? Is there anything that triggers my?
You don't
sense?
hear anything. You don't hear anything, but you also get like a general feeling that everything is better than it was yesterday.
Okay. Is Tweeter around, or is he sleeping outside somewhere?
Yeah, he's hopping around. When you get up, he is, you see him eventually kind of flit through the door, and he's hopping around on the floor.
Okay. I'll just take the 10 minutes while I'm drinking my tea to ritual cast Speak with Animals. So I just have it for a little while, have a brief conversation with him, and then just head out the door and see what's going on.
Okay. After the spell pops, is there anything you'd like to specifically ask him?
No, I make a habit when I have a slow morning or have time to just cast it and have a brief conversation, talk to him a little bit, make sure he's still cool, still likes me, not gonna fly away.
Yeah, he still likes you. All right. Brother Mori, Goatheart, and Arvad, you are sleeping in the mansion, each in your own individual room. Goatheart, you're the first to awaken this morning.
So I open my eyes, kind of look around, take stock, see if the room was disturbed at all. Does it look like, everything is the way that I left it when I went to sleep?
Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm going to get up, do my normal morning routine, move the furniture out of the, from in front of the door, but I want to try to do it quietly to not disturb anybody. And then I'll open the door, look up and down, and then make my way downstairs and see if there's breakfast.
Okay. Arvad, you are the next to awaken. You can hear the shuffling of items coming from Goatheart's room.
Okay, so as I wake up, I have all these thoughts about what happens. First thing I'm gonna do is grab my ink pen, my ink, some pieces of paper. I'm gonna write a few things down, maybe some poems. I don't know. See what inspired, and then I'll go down for some food as well.
Okay.
Try to find some breakfast. I'm always hungry.
You do find two of you as you head down. You can smell the scent of breakfast. Brother Mori, you are the last of the three in the house to awaken.
It's a very comfortable bed.
Very, very comfortable. All of you did notice that the bed was extra warm. It almost felt like a big hug from a giant fluffy mimic.
That doesn't leave
in the best of ways.
Okay.
Why does this blanket feel like a tongue? It's so weird.
Oh, nice and slimy.
Yeah. It's rough. Yeah, so Brother Mori just, get dressed, put his collar in, his cufflinks, normal stuff. I would like to just look around the room, now that it's daylight and everything, and excited to be on a normal sleep schedule now. Is there any combs or remnants of somebody has actually been staying in this room?
You're gonna snoop through the drawers and stuff like that?
Yeah, the drawers, is there trash in the trash can, or does it look like somebody stays in this room, or it's just been
from the surface it looks we're gonna say sterile. Okay. Nothing's out, nothing's in the trash. There's nothing laying about. Looking through the drawers, you find some clothes, though. You're able to. Are you looking for a comb or a brush in particular, or just signs of life?
Yeah, I mean, sure, something. Yeah, something, not just clothes, but something I don't want to say oh, is there fingernail clippings because they were clipping their nails, but somebody
signs of life.
A toothbrush that the bristles are all messed up.
You find a a hairpin that has hair left in it. Shouldn't say a hairpin. I'm not exactly sure what they're called. The combs that have all the jewelry on them that you would slide in, and it looks like if anybody knows the word for that, throw it out there.
It's a hair comb.
A hair comb.
It's a decorative hair comb.
Yeah, it just slides in and sticks there. Not overly fancy, but definitely upper class. It has hair on it. You can see an inkwell and a quill and some writing stuff in the drawers. So at surface, it's been meticulously cleaned, but in the drawers, you can't get a feel if it's visitors have left this. You get the feeling that no one like actively lives here with this, but you know, from the very thin layer of dust, but it's definitely had people in it before.
Gotcha. I'm gonna take the hair comb and like put the little piece of hair in it. Just take it with me, throw it in my bag,
Okay.
then go downstairs.
All right. You do notice, you see Arvad walking into the dining area. Inside, you find some like breakfast isn't served as much as dinner, but you do find like loaves of freshly made bread and some cooked, thinner cut meats.
I'm
And,
expecting steak and potatoes.
no
Is there
potatoes.
coffee? Is there coffee?
No. You find apple juice and orange juice, and water and some milk, but you don't see any coffee.
No tea?
You can you don't see any tea there, but as Sarah comes out, she's able to bring you tea if you'd like.
Oh, thank you so much, Sarah. I just can't start my morning without something caffeinated.
No problem at all. And she is able to fetch you a tea. The other food that you find is a large plate of like stacked apples. They're almost like stacked in a pyramid.
I should let M3 know so that we could he can collect some apples.
I don't know if we need to let him know, because I don't particularly like what he does with the apples.
I don't like it either, but it was fairly useful to us last night. So
That is true.
I mean, I'm not going to be drinking the juice, but he wants the apples to make the juice, and I think he was looking for another yeast culture. I think he wants to make cider. I don't know. I'm not going to be drinking that either.
is the bread warm? I touch it. It's like
It's
warm.
not-
Is there
it-
butter in it?
It's not like super warm, but you can. It's a little bit warm.
They go cheap on breakfast, guys. I do still, take a piece of bread, put some butter in it, sit down, and I start eating.
They're like Sarah left to go get her like some tea. None of the other people are around, right?
You haven't seen anyone else yet. No,
Yeah, like Zed or the Lord and Lady.
not yet.
Can I go just open the front door?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to open the front door, look out, see if I see our other people. Like, hopefully they didn't die in the middle of the night.
No, you walk up. You can unlatch the latches and pull both doors open.
Look out, do I see a shiny metal man just standing incredibly still?
No, not close enough. They're not close enough that you would see them.
I will use thaumaturgy and just like yell, Brother Medic, Brother Cavalian, Brother Fargus, there is breakfast if you are hungry. We did not die in our sleep.
You three hear this booming, as do actually the five of you all hear this booming just across this.
I turn to Cavalian. Brother Mori is a loud one.
Yes, and he didn't die overnight, which is excellent.
Excellent.
I suppose, yes.
You're supposed to sound happier. Like, yeah.
That is happy for Cavalian.
Yes, I'm very joyous.
I hear it too, and I just start, meandering over towards the door, just looking around. Do I notice, that everything still seems better as I walk past the plants and the dying grass? Do I see any signs of anything coming back at all?
Nope.
Does it seem okay? Just a general sense of it not sucking as much.
Not as much.
Okay.
I believe the greeting is good morning, Fargus.
Good morning. How are you?
I am optimal.
I assume that you don't want any. Cavalian, would you like some mushroom tea? It is quite energizing.
Yes, please, I'd love some.
I do the same thing, whip up some, in my little wooden cup and hand it over.
Okay.
Fly agaric or psilocybin?
Psilocybin, for sure.
Excellent.
It's basically a hypnotic pattern in a cup.
Oh dear.
Like, you start your day with this? Ooh.
I've been doing it for 75 years. That's why I'm a 20 wisdom.
Every day is a spirit walk.
20 wisdom and a 3 dex.
I'm not going to
That's
get
why-
there quick, but I'll get there.
That's why all trees are not willows.
Fun. Fargus can't actually talk to trees or animals. He just thinks he can.
So,
Oh, thank you very much, talking squirrel. That's a wonderful cup of mushroom tea.
Jesus.
Yes, I find that it opens the mind and allows you to enjoy the day.
May I ask you, when you drink the tea, do you always see revolving neon squirrels on the floor?
At first I did.
Right.
Now they're just normal squirrels that talk.
Excellent. Right, yes, of course. Good. Still. Yes.
Yes.
I look intently into Cavalian's face and stare at his eyes. There is definitely dilation.
Yes.
Don't try to shoot the squirrels with your bow. They will come after you.
Oh, God. It's a terrifying prospect. Let's not do that.
No.
I'm very afraid now.
No, don't be afraid. They're not real, I don't think, sometimes.
Right, good. Excellent.
Most of the time, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that makes me a lot happier.
Except when they are real. But these ones aren't, I think.
Yes, of course. Well, I'll just kind of keep them in my periphery, I think.
I'll mix yours with less mushroom tomorrow.
Yes, please. Thank you. That would be wonderful.
I just slowly guide him towards the front door. As I microdose the entire party.
No, I don't think we should be heading back in. We should grab our things and head back towards the manor. I think Brother Moore is wishing our company.
Yeah, that's the door I meant. I meant towards the front door of the mansion where Brother Moore is just sermoning. Summoning? Sermoning.
I think that's just shouting.
Summoning.
Yeah, I would have called it summoning.
Sermoning. Okay, as you gather the three of you up and you make your way over to the front door, you see Brother Maury standing amidst the doors. You also see kind of coming out from behind Zed.
My brother Zed, it is a wonderful morning. I appreciated your hospitality this past evening.
He has that same, almost, slow walk. Good morning, sir.
I appreciate the breakfast spread as well. It is nice to start our day with a full stomach. Our compatriots that spent the evening in the forest or wherever are making their way. I'm sure they wouldn't. I know Medic will enjoy some of those apples.
He kind of gently lifts his head and nods. I am to inform you, the Lord and Lady would like your company after breakfast in the sitting room.
We will eat with a swiftness so that we may discuss the events of this previous evening with the Lord and Lady.
I said.
This is still at the front door. They're still standing at the front
It's
door.
on the front door. Okay.
Whenever like Medic comes walking up, my brother Medic, they have the most glorious spread of apples for you. I'm assuming that is the only thing that your bloodless kind can eat.
I don't actually need to eat. I'm using it for preparations for something, that is all.
I mean, I guess when I eat, I'm using it to prepare something as well.
I suppose. Although I do believe it is for your metabolic functioning. I do not actually require apples for metabolic function. I simply enjoy the apples.
We all have our guilty pleasures.
I'm not doing anything wrong, so I feel no guilt
Sounds wrong.
to consume apples.
For non-metabolic function, as you put it.
There is a function. Just what you cannot see in front of you does not mean that it is non-functional.
I mean, so far all I've seen is you consume the apple and then urinate it out.
It is not urine. However, it did serve a purpose.
I mean, yes, it was a glorious purpose. I feel my body performs the same function.
Not what I am doing. I am not breaking it down into something. Well, no, that's not quite true. Needless to say, it is not exactly what you're referring to. I do not urinate. I'm not creating ammonium derivatives at all.
Well, whatever it is you're doing, there's a plate of apples for you to do it.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. As the four of you kind of come to the meet at the door, Brother Maury, Mr. Gavelian, M3, and Fargus. You see Zed. He heads into the sitting room and closes the door behind him. Are the four of you going in to eat breakfast?
I will go where the apples are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could eat. And they didn't die overnight, so I'm okay with going in.
Yeah, I guess so.
The only thing that you notice is today Mr. Cavalian seems just a little extra hungry. Just from his, maybe it's, all the work he did, or maybe it's the mushroom tea.
This plate is delicious. What's it made of?
Sarah says, porcelain?
Porcelain? Curious.
Yeah,
It must be a regional thing.
Cavalian, we're not supposed to eat the dishes here.
What?
Yeah. Just what's on them.
Well, where's the fun in that?
Fine question.
This This may be my fault. I'll give him less tea tomorrow.
Thank you, Talking Squirrel. I appreciate that.
You're quite welcome.
I gotta remember not to drink water when these guys are talking.
My compatriots, we should fill our stomachs. We do not know where the day may take us, but I will say that Zed informed me that the Lord and Lady are waiting for us in the sitting room when we are ready. Hopefully they are waiting with a sack of gold with our name on it.
Oh, that would be nice.
Is Seth in the room with us?
Nope.
Okay.
Apples.
Is Sarah is, right?
What's that?
Sarah is?
Yeah. Sarah is in and out.
All right,
Back in-
when she comes out, I'd like to ask her, how come there's no steak for breakfast?
Steak is reserved for the evening meal.
But if I wanted one, would you be able to make me one for breakfast? Some steak and eggs? Perhaps?
We don't have I don't think so. We kind of provision it very specifically. Bringing it in is a can sometimes be a task, I'm told.
I see. No worries. Breakfast is still good, and I continue eating. And I murmur things in Infernal while I eat.
Could I bother you for some more yeast, perhaps?
She kind of comes out with a small, almost like a shot glass sized cup of it.
Thank you. That is ample. I'll put that in a pouch. And lick my finger.
She kind of shakes her head at you and then heads back in to clean the small cup.
What does Medic's tongue look like?
It would probably just be a leather flap, if anything.
A leather flap. All right.
Or rather, a leather sock over a mechanical tongue.
Checks out.
That's unsettling. That is an unsettling image.
Yeah. But
I don't know. I feel like if it was a human tongue, it would be more unsettling. Oh, I just harvest parts from humans, you know.
like the Jeepers Creepers monster.
Oh.
Oh, what a character concept, though. I want to be a real boy.
Does Medic have like a jaw? Like when you lick stuff, do you open like a jaw? Or
I have a mouth. That is how I speak.
oh, you have a mouth. Okay.
It kind of reminds you of a Muppet mouth though, because it's not like a polycentric turning. It's like a single centric.
Like a South Park person from Canada.
Like one piece of it move. No, the head doesn't separate and float up in the air. It just it opens like hinges open. It doesn't like ours rolls and slides.
Sick. Okay, cool. All right.
So Medic is Canadian. That's what I'm taking from that.
I wanted to check if he was, yes.
No, the top of his head is not lifting off as he talks.
All right, and okay, guys, are you ready? Shall we continue, or are you still? Would you like some more food?
Yes.
What about everyone else?
Yes, I'd have theirs too.
At this point, I've had my fill, so I'm done, and I'm just sipping my tea.
Maybe we take some food on the road for Brother Cavalian and go get get what is rightfully owed to us for the services we performed.
Mr. Cavalian, roll me a Constitution save.
Look what you did, Fargus.
What's that?
Hang on a minute.
Okay. What was it? 1.
7. There's a 7.
7. Yeah, you're still feeling the effects of that tea a little bit. This is just buzzing right along.
I'll take some more of those. The laws of the eggs. They're the eggs. They're those like this. And some of them. Thank you.
I was looking at my mushroom guy to see if there's like an antidote mushroom. There's not. He's just gonna have to ride this trip out.
I'm sure you have something to help with the trip.
More bread and water.
I think he's doing the best he can. I think he's doing the best for his condition.
A cold shower.
Nobody has lesser restoration.
I just like that this is canon now, because as soon as we get into a populated area for like a banquet, I am definitely dosing the entire party.
I cast Mage Hand and I start puppeteering it and talking to Mr. Cavalian.
What are you puppeteering? Bread?
Would you like more food? We need to go.
Yes.
Roll a performance check at advantage.
Let me hear. $16.
It's surprisingly convincing. I should say unsurprisingly, given the state of Mr. Cavalian's mind.
But before we go, I do take a few of the breads and I put them in my bag.
Okay. As you guys finish packing and eating, packing up food and eating other food, and you head out into the entryway, you see Zed standing by the door, kind of opening it, just kind of giving you the wave to go in.
Does it seem that Cavalian needs to be directed into the room, or is he making it on his own very well?
Fargus?
Oh, I'm just, keeping an eye on him. Just a little trip sitting, just right this way, bud.
Hey, why is the floor so steep?
Oh, no, it's not very steep. Your eyes are looking down.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
As all things, it is perspective.
Yes, it makes an alarming kind of sense now you mention.
Let's go have a seat in the sitting room. The Lord will leave you curious. The couch, I will warn you in advance, the couch is not trying to eat you.
Oh, good, yes, because I was wondering.
No, it's a nice couch, friendly.
So as you all head in into the room, Fargus seating Mr. Cavalian, you see the lady sitting upright. You can see that she has what appear to be traveling clothes on, and the lord of the house standing at a bookshelf, kind of running his hand across, looking, not so much searching as just kind of browsing. As you enter, you see Baldwin standing next to the door with two large packed trunks, closed in with the leather belts wrapping around them.
My lord and lady, will you be departing again so soon?
The Lord turns around. Oh, yes, we, given that you've remedied the situation here, we find that we should head out and try to find help.
What kind of help are you looking for?
Farmers and blacksmiths, and we'd like to repopulate if we can, and I get the feeling that bringing some other people in would speed that along.
Fucking geniuses, man.
We want more people to be here. We should go find some people to be here. Weird.
They've been drinking that tea too.
I believe we are owed a cart and some additional items that I care less about.
Yes. Were you able to find the cart that you wanted?
Were we able to find the cart that we wanted?
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't remember if we had it or if that's the one that we used to, like, tear apart.
Is that Fargus in character? Or is that...
Fargus in character. I couldn't remember if we found a cart.
Yes, I think Mr. Cavilian saw one of his first nights out here in this town.
Right.
I don't know if he remembers now, but he did remember.
I remember remembering it, if that helps.
Is he all right?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm absolutely.
We have encountered an interesting ordeal the other day battling Leon the vampire. This
Birds in this room.
could possibly be fallout results of that battle, for which you have agreed to compensate us for.
Yes. Baldwin will take care of your payment. Are you staying long, or do you plan on departing?
Don't eat the bird, Cavalian. It's not
There's a
out to
bird in
attack
this
you.
Bird in this room. Is there supposed to be a bird in this room? There's a bird in this room.
That would be my bird. It is real.
Right, good. So I should
Your
eat.
mind has become open, and Tweeter understands that now.
Hello.
Tweeter, be nice.
It's my life now.
We can share him.
Help. I'm being oppressed.
I can't. Like, I can't physically reach through the screen and take the bird off of it, but I would if I could.
The things that happen
And
on this stream.
And I tried.
Is it poisonous?
No.
Right,
Relatively harmless.
Relatively, but not completely harmless.
The chances that Tweeter is able to kill someone is very, very low, but never zero.
Oh, God. Terrifying.
Vargas, you're not helping.
I'm just trying to be honest. It is
Don't
not
be
a good nature
quite.
to lie.
Don't be quite so honest.
I once saw Tweeter kill a small mouse.
Tweeter? What? Yeah, I
But
couldn't possibly kill
Tweeter
more.
can't kill a full-grown elf.
Again, the chance is very, very low, but not technically zero.
Say it again. No, I couldn't possibly kill them. What a crazy thing to say. What, in one mouthful? No. That's a disgusting idea. Sorry, please do go ahead.
Cavelian, or Vargas, did you cast Speak with Animals on Cavelian?
No, I don't believe I did.
Well, it seems the tweeter is talking to Cavelian now.
Oh, he does that from time to time. Yes. Whether
Very
that
He has some very dark thoughts.
he's been through quite a bit with me together. Yes.
Twitter, do people normally understand Tweeter other than yourself?
Oh no. Only after drinking the tea.
It's the tea that's needed. Okay, I understand now.
Interesting spell component.
I'm assuming the Lord and Lady are pretty confused at this point.
The lady just is like beaming watching this happen. Like, this is the most amusing thing she's seen in a long time. But the Lord is just kind of staring at you, awestruck. Like, you guys are talking about speaking to animals and. Again, will you be staying for any length of time, or are you also departing?
We have yet to discuss what our next steps are. So we are open to suggestions. If you would require further assistance, I believe we would be open to more payment.
Would any of you like to settle down and begin a life farming or blacksmithing or woodworking?
No, I could not settle my life in one place. My life is meant to be on the road.
But we did acquit ourselves in combat somewhat with some proficiency. Do you require further assistance with such tasks?
Not that I'm aware of. Does your little group have a name?
Eve. Sorry, what did you say?
Does your little group have a name?
Oh, no. I couldn't possibly.
We're just travelers on the road. We just came across each other by happenstance.
We only just met a few days ago when we woke up in Leon's dungeon in the mausoleum.
I've heard, I did grow up on the tail of the unit, so I didn't know if you also had a name.
I don't think we have even committed to traveling with ourselves as a group, as we were forced upon each other by that evil vampire, as I believe he intended us to be his meal. I'm certainly glad to have been captured with such capable individuals as I am surrounded by, so that I did not become the meal of a vampire. And I believe in such dark times there is safety in numbers, so I'm not opposed to traveling together. But personally, I would seek a more populated town. No offense to the great gold field bottle, whatever this is.
My plan is to go to Budmit, probably the most populated city I can reach in the area.
Budmit with the come up.
Do you have any plans to where you're off to next?
If it makes any difference to the group, I was, while following an intuition, was hoping to end up in Pudmit eventually.
I was also heading towards Pudmit as well. I don't see why, at least Vargas and I can't travel with you. I can't speak for the other four.
I wouldn't mind some company. I was actually, before I woke up in the cell, I was heading to Podmead to sell some of my books. So
Yes, it was.
I wouldn't mind traveling with you guys.
I was going to sell some things.
My brother Cavelian, do you have a book now as well?
No. The other things so it's sort of like a sheet of a thing that has some kind of other thing upon it, whereby you could hold it down and see where another area of a thing is that you are heading to.
A map.
Yes, that. Then yes.
It does help to know the name of the thing you're selling. It's Marketing 101.
Lord and Lady Brightwood, as you can see, our group has suffered some grievous injuries from the other day. I don't suppose you can compensate Mr. Cavelian here with additional payment for his restitution, for his reconstitution.
Make a persuasion check.
That's a 4.
I'm gonna say no. No. I don't. It's your friend here said it had something to do with the tea he drank.
It was very nice tea.
Concussions have some long-term consequences that are still being studied.
But it wasn't him that said the tea, it was your other friend here. So
Very well, wouldn't be the first time. Injuries upon the worksite have not been compensated. Apparently things have not changed in this era.
Oh shit.
Well, what I will say, possibly not now. How long until you depart?
as soon as the conversation wraps up.
Oh, well, that could be ages. If not now, but if we are traveling in the same direction, as we meet people, we could tell them to come back to your town. Is there anything that you have that we could distribute? Any information other than directions, obviously, but is there anything that we can do to assist in that goal?
When your friend here sobers up, where he's selling maps, yes?
Yes, that's right. I'm also selling maps as well, if that's a help.
That is a help. Have you mapped a route to this town yet?
Yes, I have. The other day, as we were approaching the town, I did a...
And how much does one of these maps cost?
Yes, of course it does.
How many does it?
Well, it depends on the quality. See, I do very basic ones that start at about 5 gold pieces, and they go up in there depending on the quality.
I'll give you 20 gold for you to hand out a map to here to the first 4 people you come across. Very basic.
Yes, of course, I can do that.
Okay. The first 4 people that aren't in this group.
Yes, of course. When we actually get to the city of...
Pudmit, or
Yes.
people you pass on the road.
Oh, yes. Especially if they are some kind of service person, like a blacksmith, or a carpenter, or a blacksmith.
Yes, that would be extremely helpful.
Excellent. Yes, of course. No, I'm more than happy to help.
He reaches into his own pocket and pulls out 20 gold pieces and sets them very gently, like takes your hand and sets the coins in your hand.
Oh, of course, yes, thank you. Okay.
You know, my lord Brightwood, you are in a unique position where, should you desire, you could rename this entire town. You are literally putting it on the map.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yes, I don't actually have a name for the town yet on my map. I could call it Brightwood, if that would help. Steve?
Name it Victoria.
Victoria, of course. I can do that.
Why?
I'll make a note.
Why, after my lovely wife, of course. You can just see her beaming at this.
So it is a large area that is barren.
She
Big
does,
hills in the middle.
she does not. The big hills in the middle. She is
rather
not looking
impressive
very.
valley.
Oof.
She's not looking very favorably on M3 right now.
Gosh, does anybody have some burn cream? Oh,
Can we, by any chance, remove the boulders of the river that was dammed? So there's a river flowing into town. Did we do it? Did anyone do that? Did any of you chaps do it?
We got it kind of flowing again, didn't we?
A little bit. There was very, very big rocks, so it wasn't.
Excellent.
I figured that would be one of the first things we'd have remedied.
The one last thing, not to belabor the Baron comment, but it would be possible to infuse the land with some druidic magic given enough time. Possibly the next time I return, or if we were to stay for another half day or so. It would be something that I could do, not necessarily for a price, but possibly a favor in the future if that were to come.
What kind of favor are we talking?
No, I usually barter in general kindnesses, and if I was ever in need of something that was loosely equivalent to doubling your plant yields for the year, I would just ask that favor. I'm not trying. Like, this is it, like, in absolutely no malicious way whatsoever. It's just like, I don't really care about material goods, but I've learned over the years that having people like you and kind of like playing that folk hero background, like, totally cool. If, like, 30 years from now I show up and, like, I need something and they're in my debt. I've learned it's not a bad thing.
You
sounds like an indecent proposal.
It's not an indecent proposal. It's a proposal nonetheless.
Of course.
Well, then either before we leave or, upon my return. It takes a few hours to complete the ritual, but it has shown remarkable success as of late.
Okay.
Perhaps
Anything I can do to return the land.
we could delay our travels to Pudmit for a few hours for you to perform this ritual, and that should maybe give Brother Cavelian some time to recover from his head injury.
Josh, mechanically, it does take like 8 hours.
It can also give me time to write some stuff that I have in my mind.
But I would want to do the long version of plant growth in the area, just because now that I think the plants have the ability to grow again, like Fargus would be really motivated to do that in the first place.
Okay. Do you require any supplies for the trip?
A beast of burden would probably be helpful with the cart.
That would be helpful, but unfortunately we only have the 2.
Understood.
Vargas, how do you normally pull your cart?
He looks confused for like a second.
Do you pull the cart yourself, or do you attach an animal to pull the cart?
Oh, I usually pull the cart unless there's a nearby animal that is particularly inclined for some exercise.
There's your answer, M3.
It's usually not much trouble.
Tarask and Lich are littling.
Do you know if there are any wild horses, donkeys, anything that may have been left behind that lives in the wilderness now since the town was abandoned?
I saw a pigeon.
I don't know that a pigeon could pull the cart, but stranger things have been known to happen.
As far as I know, there's nothing. I have seen no life.
We could probably procure one in Putnam.
I would say that's where I purchased my 2.
Well, my brothers and sisters, I think we have a plan. We will hang out here. If you, Lord and Lady, need to be on your way, we will just take our payment and let you be. Our brother Fargus will restore the plants to their once glorious luster. And we will make ourselves at home in your beautiful mansion while he does all the work. Then we will follow shortly.
Of course. You are welcome to stay as long as it takes to prepare for your travels overnight or a few days, even if you need.
If I may, you do have a cold smithy. I was wondering if I could peruse the location.
Sure.
Look it over. Thank you.
There is one thing I wanted to ask the group of you about. Did you happen to find any ruins in your travels in the area?
None that we did not cause.
Allegedly.
Do I have any on my map? Any maps at all that I've created of the area?
No, you haven't seen anything. Roll me I don't even know what kind of check that would be.
Survival, maybe, or insight, investigation.
History?
Survival. Yeah, give me a survival check.
17.
Ooh. With a 17, yes, you would have come across. You didn't explore, but you saw. To the north and to the east, some ruins. Look like a very overgrown, but you've seen something, and it looked like very, very old ruins. Not like a house that had fallen down in the last 100 years, but these could be hundreds of years old.
And how far away in distance, roughly?
Probably about a day's travel, give or take.
Yes, I saw some ruins. About a day northeast of here. Old ruins, very old ruins. Certainly older than a day. Oh, very old. Probably 100 years, maybe. Are they yours? Did you lose them or something?
No. When this town was in its glory, before the fall of Silvergod, there are stories that a mage spent some time there and found some mysterious things. There was some turmoil in the town after that. Not much recorded, but one of the members of the unit, the group I told you about earlier, meant in the stories of him, he found some things in that ruins. I just thought I'd bring it to your attention.
Interesting. I heard that that group had a rather dashing warlock who was married to the princess. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, I heard about him.
It was, in the stories, it's so sad when he, confronted that dragon turtle and lost all his hair.
Yes, and then died of sepsis from a fork. Poor thing.
You must have heard different stories. I heard that he was obliterated with the rest of the unit, when Silvergod was destroyed, but no one really knows for sure.
Well, maybe we should go and have a look at this ruin then and see if there's anything there to undead.
It's totally up to you. I just figured I'd pass the information along.
No, thank you. Interesting.
Again, if you find yourself in need of hospitality, doors here are always open. Come, dear. We are going to put Victoria back on the map.
Wait, did we get our money?
Baldwin is going to pay you.
Oh, okay.
That coward.
You do see Baldwin standing with the trunks there, and he has what looks like a rather large sack of coins.
How much were we gonna get paid for this?
75
Do we know?
gold.
75 gold.
Tender. Agreed upon.
75. Okay.
Kind of steps forward. Here. Not sure who's in charge, but you look priestly. And hands Brother Maury the sack of gold.
Oh God, no.
I do look priestly.
I go and I stand over Brother Maury and just stare at him.
We're now part of a cult.
He a priest, is he? Some kind of Judas priest.
Oh my gosh.
My compatriots, no, I do not intend to keep this for myself or as a tithe to the church. I am not that kind of preacher, if you will. I will do the math to divvy it up equally amongst everyone. As we have not agreed to. I mean, we've sort of agreed, but we're not we've only known each other a few days.
You may distribute my portion amongst the others. I really never found much of a use for it.
M3, would you help him in the counting of the coins?
Calculated already. Separating 75 gold into 5 portions comes out to 15 gold pieces.
Thank you.
Intel.
May I have the small leather bag that the coins came in?
Yeah.
I will take that as a yes. Thank you. Josh, I just put the little leather bag in my barrel.
Okay.
Well, brothers and sisters, do you not think I know how to perform math? I was raised in a civilized society.
From my experience, the church cannot be trusted with money.
I would agree 100%, but these are churches of false gods, and it is no surprise to me that they would lie to the people that they are prophesizing to as a means to steal their money and use it for nefarious things.
That indeed. I'm starting to like you more and more. I still don't understand why you call everyone brother and sister, but you're not as bad as I thought you were.
I appreciate. I am a fine, upstanding individual. I mean to take none of your hard-earned money. My sister Goatheart.
What do you use the money for, Brother Mori?
What do I use money for? For the same as you would use money. I need rations and bedding for the evening. I do not typically run across mansions with gracious hosts that let us stay for free. It's a rare occurrence. I don't know if you've tried to purchase a tent recently, but they do not come cheap.
I have found that when you put hospitality out in the world, you do find it. So I think this is just a manifestation of that.
Don't you sleep in mud?
Well, not actively, but it has been known to happen from time to time.
I prefer the kind of sleep that spending some extra money grants me.
To each their own.
A root of a tree does not make a good pillow for me.
Thank you for adding the caveat.
You can use that line in one of your poems, Arvad. I give that to you free of charge.
I write it down. Oh, Brother Mori.
As you are having this conversation, you see Baldwin head out, the two steamer trunks in tow. Headed out front to prepare for their travels.
So are we kind of alone-ish?
Yeah.
Being that we spent the night here, do I know where the Lord and Lady's room is?
Yes.
Oh, I would like to go to their bedroom. Sneakily. I don't want to be obvious about it.
Oh boy.
Oh, here we go. Roll me a stealth check.
What is my modifier?
Being that we're all still in here talking and whatnot, but could he have advantage as like a help action?
No, because no one is in there with you. You're not like holding them there while he goes.
It is a 9.
As you head out of the sitting area and begin to go up the stairs, the first 2 stairs you stand on squeak, and then you see Zed step out into the hallway in front of where the master bedroom would be. Did you need something, Brother Mori?
I was just going to retire to the bedroom I occupied this previous evening to wait out as Fargus does his plant stuff. It's apparently going to take more hours than I had originally thought.
Of course. And he steps kind of like away from the top of the stairs. Gestures you past.
I will go to my room instead.
As you walk past the Lord and Lady's room, doors are open. Zed was in there cleaning, making the bed and whatnot. You see a large, lavish bed, 4 big, it's like a 4-post bed with the canopy over top. A couple large windows behind it, one on either side.
Oh, I will say, Zed, Arvad was looking for you to discuss steak in detail.
I will head down and speak to him. You see Zed begin his descent down the stairs.
I want to look, make like I'm going in my room, but still kind of peer out the door to see if Zed goes around a corner or anything.
You see him kind of head down the stairs and poke his head in. As you see him, the group of you see him step in. Master Arvad, I was told you wanted to discuss steak.
Oh, Seth, there you are. I was just wondering why there was no steak in my breakfast.
Well, for now, all our food is brought in, so we allot certain meals for certain times, or we would run out.
Let me ask you, since we're staying a little bit longer, would you be able to prepare me some steaks and potatoes?
For dinner, of course.
Is it for right now?
Not at the moment, no.
What do you do for lunch then?
For lunch, usually we have breads and meats, same as breakfast.
So it's like a brunch.
Sure.
I will message Arvad and just say, Brother Arvad, keep him distracted for as long as you can. And I will go sneak into the Lord and Lady's room.
Okay.
Okay. I sort of come out of that message and I'm like, Seth, would you like... I would love to see the pantry where you guys keep your food. Would you show me? Give me a tour of it?
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh, I got it. Hold on. $25.
He's giving you a tour. All right, Brother Maury.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I will try to be quick. One, just, the quick glance around, nice bed, nice furniture kind of thing. I want to try to find a personal effect or something of the Lord and Lady, even if it's, again, hair from a comb, or I want something that is of their body.
Okay, so you're looking for hair or blood or...
Yeah.
Okay. You're able to find... So you're able to find for the lady, some hair in a hairbrush. And for the Lord, the only thing you could find that would be of their body is, it appears like there's a few drops of blood in front of the shaving mirror that he has.
Oh, that is perfect. Hair, I have my book. I'm going to put that on its own page, write who it is, close it together. The blood, I'm sure, is dried, so...
It's not completely dry. It's like a fresh,
Yes.
So it's just, it's gummy, but not wet.
Yeah. I'll take the page and like press it onto the, flip the book, press it down, get that right in there, who it is. And then the only other thing I'd like is just if there's any sort of like correspondence, like anything written. Like, I'm not trying to steal anything. I just want to see anything.
Make an investigation check.
What is my investigation? Okay, we can do this. Ooh, not good. 6.
An advantage because you have time with Arved.
It's good work, Arvad.
Distracting
Yeah,
Zed.
I'm asking him about some of the cheeses and stuff.
17.
You find a letter. There's only one piece. It's in his nightstand, and it's like a folded letter, and you can see the wax seal has been cracked and broken. It's written in a red ink, and as you read it, it has no. It's addressed to Lord Brightwood, and it says, "I told you to leave. We curse the land. We've sent our enemies upon you. If you do not leave, we will wipe you from the planet, or from the earth. Wipe you from the earth."
Is it signed by someone?
No.
The seal, can I put it back together to see like who sealed this letter?
It doesn't look like it's sealed like a press seal. It looks like just they waxed it and it's like it's just a flat, like a glob.
All right, so nothing on it indicating who possibly could have sent this.
Right.
Clearly the Lord knew who sent it. Okay.
Maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
Okay.
He knew enough to keep it, like somebody sending me threats.
I often get mail that just says, "We will wipe you from this earth." I keep that too. Just, like a little scrapbook.
Just in case.
Yeah.
If you're not scrapbooking death threats, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Very empty book.
It's a fun hobby. Go down to Michael's. Just pick up some fun little stickers to go along with it. Oh, it's great.
That's so clear.
Cricut scissors.
Yeah.
Do the crinkle cuts. It just says baby's first death threat.
So,
But I will fold it back up, put it back in, and then go back to like my room.
okay. All right, Arvad, roll a deception check.
You're muted.
19.
Okay. You can tell that you can definitely tell that Zed is losing interest in your trying to keep him in the pantry with you. But he believes that you're as interested in cheeses as a human, or a tiefling in your case, can possibly be interested in cheeses. He just fully believes that you're in love with cheeses, and you can see that his patience is growing slightly thin.
Said, this has been marvelous. Before we leave, since I know you probably have to do things around the house and whatnot, can I take some food to go? Some souvenirs here and there, maybe a tour souvenir.
Taking souvenirs from the house may be frowned upon. But
No, I meant like maybe a small roll of cheese or another loaf of bread.
yeah, take some food, of course, but
Yeah, some food. Souvenirs. I refer the food as a souvenir for me, personally.
yes, you can, as I said, you can take some food, but souvenirs usually implies a lamp or some type of decoration.
I see. A letter. Okay, no, it's completely fine. And I choose like a cheese and some bread, and I pack that, and I walk very slowly outside to the room again.
Okay, Zed is as soon as you kind of finish the conversation, Zed is just kind of quickly breaks off and heads around and heads back upstairs, and Brother Maury, you hear the doors kind of close as he heads back in to finish his work.
I will, when I hear him go back in, I will walk back down and meet up with the party.
Okay. While this is going on, Goatheart, Fargus, M3, and Mr. Cavelian, you are sitting in the room. Mr. Cavelian, roll me a Constitution save to see if you recover from your trip. But what are the rest of you? What are you all doing?
I am redistributing wealth. I planned on, I don't know why everyone's spread out so rapidly. I planned on giving 8 gold to the others from some previously obtained gold while we were over in the mausoleum. So add that to your tallies as well. I suppose I shall hold on to Maury's and Arvod's portions, and I am guessing that Fargus also. Do you still wish to decline?
I'm good.
Very well. And then I wish to convert all of my gold to silvers as I look to Baldwin. Is he still there down with us?
No, Baldwin left with the Lord and Lady.
Then are there any of the Brightwood retainers there? Serving staff.
Zed, you did see Zed leave with Arvad.
Okay, then I shall have to follow after them later. In the meanwhile, however, since you are here, Goatheart, we did come across this earlier, and there's a dagger I think you may find of use. It is called Blood Drinker.
Oh, is that the thing that Leon kept stabbing me with?
One and the same. So the broken blade, I believe, may be of use to you. I wished to converse this with the entire group, but they scattered so rapidly.
While I do appreciate it, and I will take it, I'm not sure that I'm the best person to use a dagger, but I'll hold on to it until we decide if there's someone that's better suited for it than I am. I like my axes, and I would feel better with someone else getting this dagger.
As you wish, although it is a dagger that heals while it hurts others.
And I understand that, but I'm kind of tough. It's not real hard it's hard for me to die. But Arvad, for example, I mean, maybe it should go to him since he seems to die a lot. I mean, he just, he gets a little scratch and, he's down on the ground. I'm dying.
I have to say, he did not do so well compared to previous battles I had seen in my past. But it is always very difficult to measure the strength of your organic fleshiness.
Yes, my organic fleshiness is quite stronger than his organic fleshiness.
I see.
And I feel very awkward saying that.
Well, this is true. I suppose you're not as fleshy as he is.
Actually, I think I'm more fleshy than he is.
As you wish.
I mean, I'm taller, I'm wider, I'm stronger. Yeah.
As you will. Then I shall offer this off to him as well then.
Okay.
What Fargus is doing is very dependent on Mr. Cavelian's constitution roll.
Muted.
Okay, good. Then I got a 12 total.
Yeah, Mr. Cavelian is recovering from his... you begin to see the neon squirrels begin to fade from your vision. You were muted again?
Oh, I have one hell of a headache. I would like to... Didn't have any water or anything. I feel dehydrated.
I extend my water skin. I assure you that this is perfectly clean drinking water.
Yeah. I'm good. So I'll just nip to the garderobe and kitchen something. But thank you very much.
It seemed that you enjoyed your time. I hope that it was enlightening.
It was an experience that I had.
If you would like, it will take some time for me to revitalize the plants around. If you had any intentions of making detailed versions of your maps for this area, I could help facilitate if you would like. I figure if the goal is to repopulate and make it back to what it once was, and we're sending people, there may be money in more detailed maps. I could call a few eagle friends that I have to fly you about and give you an hour's worth of overhead views of the land.
Let me get this straight. You're going to get some eagles?
Giant eagles.
Giant eagles. Yes, I mean, they would have to be giant eagles. To fly me about so that I can get an aerial view of the area.
Yes, and on top of that, they do understand Common. And Orin, if you happen to speak Orin.
That sounds terrifying. Is it obligatory?
No.
Okay, good. Oh,
absolutely not.
Thank you. I mean, I'm very, very grateful, but I think I'll keep that one on the back burner for the time being, if that's okay.
You don't want a magic carpet ride around the area?
Not on the back of something that's got big, long, sharp claws that probably won't be. No, thank you.
That's fair.
Maybe if it was a flying carpet, I might be more inclined, because I can't remember the last time, apart from this morning, where a carpet has tried to strangle me.
It is worth noting that the eagles aren't wild eagles. I would be conjuring them, and they're fey spirits that do as I say.
I see. That's slightly more interesting. I'm a pretty good cartographer already. I'm pretty good at all of that, but certainly something I'll consider in a bit, maybe. But right now, I think I'll... Yes, no, I will. Thank you. I will keep it active. Now that I know they're not just wild eagles that you've kind of summoned and cajoled into not eating me whole, that makes it a little bit easier.
Nope. They would be summoned. Now, that said, if we were closer to the Great Forest, I could probably rustle up some wild ones, but...
No, I'm good, thanks.
They can be a bit temperamental.
Yes, no, I should imagine. So, but thank you. Thank you.
I make that offer, and then I go outside and find as close to the center of the town as I can and sit down, sprinkle some mushroom spores around me to make like a druidic circle looking kind of thing. And I just start to like meditate and take deep breaths as I cast the long version of plant growth. And anybody watching can kind of see like this slow creeping like dust, but it's just spores that are emanating out of, you know, my being, and it's just floating about and just beginning to set on the trees and the grasses and everything else that is, you know, living plants. And I'm gonna do that for about the next 8 hours.
Okay. So yeah, he basically, Fargus walks out of the front door into the middle of the street and sits down. It's pretty much perfectly the center of town. It's just ritual casting his plant growth.
It's not a ritual cast. Like plant growth it's a special cast time.
Yeah.
So either it's that instantaneous effect or the 8 hours. So when I'm done, all plant life in a half-mile radius is enriched, and anything that yields food yields twice as much when harvested for the next year.
Right. So, the three of you that are left, actually, Brother Maury, you would make it downstairs before Arvad finishes. Actually, no, you're waiting. So Arvad and Brother Maury, you catch each other in the entryway as you join Mr. Gavelian, M3, and Goatheart in the sitting room.
Well, Brother Arvad, you did amazing work. I appreciate what you did.
I just look at him and be like, all good? Everything good?
My brother, everything is amazing. It is a glorious day. I have some information that I will gladly share with everyone once we are on the road. But I guess we are just sitting in the room by that name.
Sitting in the sitting room.
I do not plan to tarry here for long. I do wish to inspect the facilities of the blacksmithy. However, Maury, this came upon my inspection earlier at the mausoleum, and I hand you the ring of Deadstep. I believe this may be of use to you. It has 3 charges per day, recharges at dawn, and upon a minor sacrifice of blood, can teleport you to 40 feet.
Just a minor sacrifice of blood? I gladly give a sacrifice of blood.
You will take 1d4 damage upon use.
DM question, was that an action or a bonus action to do the blood and teleport thing?
Bonus action.
Okay. Cool. I appreciate this offering. It makes me feel special. It makes me feel happy.
And an additional 8 gold pieces, and a portion from previous as well. By Ayun's blessings.
My brother Medic, what is it that you do while we are fighting? That you just come across rings and gold?
Surveying, inspecting. This was not during the middle of combat. This was after. Or before.
I mean, I guess that is one way to prepare for combat, is to loot the space prior.
I prefer to call it pre-acquisition.
But, either way, I will gladly accept this golden ring. Is this okay with everybody else? I mean, our brother Arvad here quite literally went down twice.
Yes, he did. And for that reason, I think that he should take this dagger that Leon was attempting to kill Arvad and myself with. it not only causes necrotic damage to whoever you're stabbing, but you get healed in the process.
I take the blade and does it still have my blood in it or no?
Yes, it does. You can see the crust is still there.
On the blade?
This is
Yes.
No, it is completely clean of blood.
Oh, okay.
There's
okay.
dirt and rust, but there's no blood on it.
Well, thank you. I think this might actually help us in the if we encounter any other problems since we're traveling together now.
Try not to get stabbed too often.
Thank you, Midik.
I must apologize. I probably could have done a better job, but it has been a while since last combat for me.
How long has it been?
Go ahead.
Just ask, how long has it been since your last combat?
According to the positioning of the astral charts, approximately 1,000 years. Assuming I am in roughly the same geological location as previously. Geographical, I mean.
Oh, so practically yesterday.
Depending upon the timescale.
I'm joking with you. That's a long time ago.
I know.
Okay.
You couldn't tell I was being satirical.
No, you have a very monotone voice.
It's the best that could be offered by the Model 3 series.
So, are we just hanging out in this sitting room while Brother Fargus,
Spreads
hoobity hoos out there? Is that the plan?
I plan on going to the smithy.
I need some fresh air. I'll go to the smithy with you.
Very well. And Arvad, 8 gold to you as well.
I just take it, no questions asked.
I need to get some fresh air too. I think I'll come with you if that's okay.
And Zed, is he present or is he in the kitchens?
Zed is upstairs cleaning.
Oh, I'll be right back shortly, and I will go up to Zed and request that I exchange, let's see, 25 gold for silvers in its place.
I'm sorry, but I don't keep any coin.
Very well. At a later time, perhaps. Coin. Thank you anyways.
He's like, I only use plastic now.
Gets wood. Very
So,
well. To the smithy then.
I'll go with you guys. I can, be riding as I walk on the road while we wait.
Brother Murray, are you going to come to the smithy as well, or are you going to wait here?
I do not wish to keep the company of Zed. No offense to him, but I find you guys much more conversational. So I will gladly join you, even though I know very little about smithing.
Sounds like we're all going on a field trip.
okay. As you head outside, having taken note of where the smithy was before, near the gate, you're able to find it. It's a large building with an exterior and interior forging or furnace area.
Are there any iron bars here? Leftover scrap, perhaps? Preferably.
What size are you looking for?
Any. Just looking for large amounts of large gold value of just leftover scrap that I can reforge and reuse.
You're able to roll me investigation check.
Very well. Oops. everything. Go DD dice. Woohoo! That is a 16 total.
Okay. You're able to find you're able to find enough. Probably 3. You're able to find 3 iron ingots. We'll say it that way.
Okay. What is the gold value of the 3 iron ingots?
Ooh, that's a good question. I will get back to you on that.
Very well. Meanwhile, I will be working on those iron ingots. And I will use my channel divinity to forge them into plates of steel. It'll take me an hour.
So tell me what you're doing with that again, one more time.
Crafting the iron ingots into plates of steel.
Okay.
So various parts.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna take some time. This is a very dilapidated, like fallen down. Everything has been unattended for a very long time.
Okay. Even with the gentle divinity, artisan's blessing.
Read that off to me.
You can use your channel divinity to conduct an hour-long ritual that crafts a non-magical item that must include some metal, simple or martial weapon, suit of armor, 10 pieces of ammo, etc. The thing you create can be something that is worth no more than 100 gold pieces. So I shall be working on upgrading myself with stronger armor. Piecemeal. Hinges, flanges, gorgets, etc. Codpiece.
18-inch codpiece.
Why exactly do you need a codpiece? I thought that you were gender neutral.
I am, but I have decided to give myself a male designation.
Okay.
It's a fashion statement.
And that 18 inches, that's normal.
That's
Yes.
average?
Yes.
That's average.
Yes.
Yeah.
For my kind.
Yeah.
For my kind.
Let me just check the value of the armor. Yeah, give me 1 second to check the value of that armor.
No problem.
Well, you're not building the whole armor. You're just building like a
Parts
piece
of
or
it.
two.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can start to craft some of the armor with that.
We could work out the gold value later. It's not
Okay.
a big thing. But that is what I planned on doing.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing while he is standing in the smithy forging this out? Conducting this ritual?
I believe it's one and the same for him.
Yeah.
For me, I'm just getting some fresh air. So I'm sitting down. I've got one of my water skins, a canteen of water, and I'm just chugging water and getting fresh air and kind of trying to get rid of the after effects of the mushroom.
Okay. Yeah, the mushroom effect wears off very quickly. The actual effect does anyway. It's more just the fatigue and kind of, going through that. The recollection of the neon squirrels and the talking bird.
Yeah. Okay.
What about you, Goatheart?
I would like to look and see if there are any tools that I can use to just do maintenance on my axes.
Roll me an investigation check.
Ooh, I'm good at those. A 5.
No, everything, like I said, everything here is very dilapidated. Very just just broken down. There's not really anything that's left in any kind of functional ability.
Okay. So since I don't find anything, then I'll just go into my pack and get some oil and a cloth and just clean them and just make sure that they're in good functional order.
Okay. Arved, what are you doing for the next hour while he is creating pieces of armor?
There's something about, I heard something about the unit in a conversation that reminded me of a poem I once read. So I'm trying to remember that poem, and I'm just writing, variations of that in my head, in my notebook.
Okay.
And I think it's gonna take some time till I figure it out.
Okay. Brother Maury, what are you doing?
We are near the like rocks that those, like, we had the octopus kind of crack open a little bit, right? Like,
yeah, you're not probably
roughly.
Yeah, within a 10-minute little walk.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're out there and he's doing it. Can I walk over and where they've like already they've made some cracks and got like some stuff flowing? Can I use shape water to try to like freeze the water right inside there to get it to expand a little bit, and then like quickly unfreeze it and like try to make the crack a little bigger that the octopi,
Okay.
octopuses, whatever, the two octopuses,
The octopi.
they cracked it open some. He got like a little bit of a flow going, but wasn't crazy. I want to just try to like freeze inside it, get it to expand a little. Try to just playing with it really. If I make something happen, cool. If not, I was just
Okay.
gonna be standing around for an hour anyways.
Roll me a Constitution check. Or save.
Shit.
Save.
Con
Give me a
save?
con save.
All right, we can do that. What is that? 16.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to just over and over and over and over get one of the rocks to kind of break apart, and it is now quite a few smaller rocks that are being pushed downstream. So one of the large boulders has been destroyed.
Yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work.
That was to see if you took a level of exhaustion from just rapid
just
casting for an hour.
Freeze.
Just, it is it. 10 spells a minute times 60 minutes, 600 cantrips.
I mean, it would have only been like 40 because I would have spent 10 walking, 10 back, so like 400 cantrips.
Yeah, that's not much better.
It's so much better.
Okay, as Brother Moore, you make your way back, you see M3 with a few components to craft armor ready, and he has them in his hands, and he is preparing to head out.
My brother M3, that is a lovely cod piece.
Thank you. Do you think it's too big?
There's no such thing when it comes to cod pieces.
That's what I was thinking. It should prove an ample port for additional uses.
I'm sure it will. Not sure what uses you have, but...
By the way, I found like my backpack was overfilled with some things you may find useful since you were searching for it previously. Dump out my backpack And then a skeleton and a half comes out.
A skeleton and a half?
A
Well, it's
skeleton
missing
and
a femur.
everything but the femur.
But a femur, because Arvon walked off with that one.
Am I seeing this where I'm sitting?
Yes.
I mean, I'm like, oh, look, and I throw the bone,
The femur?
the femur. Like I got this, and I throw it towards the pile that fell from the bag.
I was gonna say the one without the femur you can cast animate Josh.
I have my femur ass. Missing a tibia, a fibia, and all the other foot bones, but
We'll have to take more pieces from it.
Strangely, a purple lightning bolt from heaven comes down and kills you stone dead. What are the chances of that?
And Farkas rolls a new character.
That must be that nuke from orbit spell I've been hearing all about.
You're suddenly level 14. You can cast Nuke from Orbit.
although it doesn't break his concentration, a spectral gnome appears and walks up and kicks Fargus right in the dick.
Brother Fargus should have that cod piece.
Right?
Help him out.
You dump out all of your belongings from your backpack, M3?
Just the skeleton.
Okay. Yeah, you just see him like, here you go.
So I have 2 full skeletons in front of me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then, yes, M3.
If you require need, I can assist you with piecing it back together. You are in a jumble at the moment.
I don't know if the spell automatically puts the pieces in the right spot or not. That's a... Oh, great and powerful Josh.
Yes, it would like assemble the skeletons.
Does it put the pieces together like a puzzle?
Read the spell to me.
Animate dead?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is a long one. The spell creates an undead servant. Choose a pile of bones or
Yes.
a corpse of
Yes.
medium. So, yeah.
It says pile. It doesn't say laid out skeleton.
Oh yeah, true. It does say pile. Good call.
Okay.
Then because we have 2, I would like to twin cast animate dead and get 2 skeleton servants.
Let me check that real quick. Does it say anything about only having a single one under your command?
Oh no, because you can have multiple.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can kind of army. You can kinda
Army
make
of
a-
the dead.
dead army. That's basically
Um,
the spell slots you can burn on it.
Up to 4. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it says you can have up to 4. So yes.
Sweet. What are sorcery points? Let me check those off.
We're not combating today, so you probably don't need to. Just.
That's fine. I have my my 2. I will, prick my thumb to get the blood smeared across the 2 skeletons, one on each thumb. And I will say, rise, Tia and Tamara, and serve us. Now we have Tia and Tamara, the skeleton servants.
Are we just gonna go through celebrities for every single?
Yes. Yes, we are.
I mean, why not?
Sister.
I'm assuming they were related in life. They look very similar in their current state, so I figured they were twins.
Josh, can I check to see if there are even female skeletons? That's.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what you're gonna roll for that.
Medicine?
Yeah, roll me a medicine check.
Okay. That is a 17.
You're unable to tell whether or not they're male or female skeletons.
Then I look at Mori and I say, they are both male skeletons. You may wish to address
Then
them.
I want to roll a medicine check to see if he's gonna try to come at me like that.
Roll an insight check.
All right.
Insight or medicine, whichever one you want. Whichever one you prefer.
Let's roll this dice. Come on. Oh no. It's a 2 on the dice, so nothing good there. It would be a 6.
8 total on deception for me.
His metal face is surprisingly blank.
My brother M3, Tia and Tamara are gender neutral names.
In this era, if that is the case, then I suppose so. Can I insight him on that?
No,
Just back
no,
and
you
forth,
can't.
hitting each other.
Believe it or not, totally your decision, but we're not having a bluff off right now.
I need Kias back. He was way better at lying.
And then he never did it.
He's an honest guy. What can I say?
Oh. So, is there anything else you'd like to do?
Apparently, we need to go to a forge more often. I didn't know you could just find bodies to forge.
This was from the mausoleum. I've been carrying the burden since.
You are quite the burden.
No, the bones were the burden.
Oh.
I am an asset.
You are indeed an ass. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
So how much longer does Fargus have to sit there and go hoobity hoo?
Only like 6.5 more hours.
I was gonna say, I mean, we can definitely just like fast forward it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, does anyone have anything else they would like to do for the rest of the day? I shouldn't say for the rest of the day, because it's gonna wrap up at probably 6 o'clock, so you have a few hours of daylight left.
How much water is left in the lake that was created by the boulders? Is there like enough to go swimming?
No. There is a section that is deep enough, like right before the boulders. But you know, like most of it is like ankle deep as you like wade your way out. And then there is a section deep enough to swim in.
First, I wasn't sure what you were doing, Brother Mori. Oh, swimming.
Practice your backstroke.
Right? I think I'll go swimming.
Okay. Brother Mori, what would you like to do?
Brother Mori's not going to do it. He's just hanging out. Go grab some of that brunch. Nothing crazy.
Okay, Mr. Cavalian.
Yeah, kind of similar. I might kind of pull my maps out and make sure that I've got the area set, and I will start. Actually, what I will do is I'll start making the maps, the other 4 maps that I'm going to be selling when I get to Pubnet. So I'll start my work on those.
Okay. M3.
Just rummaging around in the blacksmith. Next, I'll be looking for oils.
Okay. You can't find anything. You can't find really anything else of value or use in this smithy.
Understood.
Arvad, anything else you'd like to do?
I'm just, walking around, but I do notice Mr. Cavalian working on his maps, and I ask him thinking from what the Lord and the lady told us, if he could point where the ruins that they mentioned are in his maps.
Yes, they're in that direction over there, about a day's travel.
Interesting. Feel like maybe we can. Is it in the direction of Putmeat or the other way?
They're both to the east. This is north and east, where Pudmit would be like follow the road south and east. But Pudmit, yeah, Pudmit is a 2-week-ish journey. So, you know, like you're still going in that general direction. It wouldn't add more than a day to your travel time.
So it's like on the way, pretty much.
Kinda.
Oh, okay. Cool. And I nod and I say, "Huh, okay, cool. So it's on the way to Pudmead," and I go walking, thinking, and that's it.
Okay. All right. The rest of the time passes. What's the area for that spell, Fargus?
Half-mile radius, so it's a full mile across.
So the longer you see Fargus meditate, the farther out you see this spore circle kind of begin to push. And at the end you can see it, you can just barely see it circling around the town before you see you can tell when the spell ends, because as it pulls back you can see some of the plants, you know, growing slightly. The mushrooms that you covered the 3 victims, or the 3 women in, you can see that they almost immediately begin to enlarge, growing a few inches and just like plumping up. After the spell ends, Fargus, you are able to stand up, and what would you like to do?
That is better. Is anybody around?
Would you have headed back to the house, or are you guys still out doing your thing?
I might be within eyesight from the blacksmithy, since I've been rummaging this whole time.
I've probably gone back to the house by now.
Okay.
I'm sleeping. I'm in bed. I went
outside.
to my room.
I see everybody kind of just, scattered. I assume that everybody's around, and just, I just loudly, I appreciate everybody's patience. The land is now as healed as I can make it.
How did you do so?
I am a druid.
Yes, but functionally, how?
I don't know if I can quite answer that question. I have a connection to the plants and the animals and the world as a whole, and if I focus enough, I can affect change to that end.
M3 just stares at you like processing.
You see, like,
Magic. Imagination.
Well, if it works for you, so be it.
Look around. It works for everyone.
I see. I guess. I don't see any changes really yet.
Josh would like to, the grass would green up a little bit and stuff like that, I'm guessing.
Under the dead grass, you'd see like new grass sprouts beginning to poke up.
Oh, okay, so I see like there's new stuff going.
Yeah, you can see
okay.
Everything that was living is a little healthier. The trees have small like leaf buds on them.
Okay. I see. There's evidence of your capabilities. You have spread your spores and have successfully fertilized the land.
Yes, if that is the way that you'd like to picture that.
And then M3 like turns around and looks 360. You got around a lot.
This land should yield at least twice what it would once the farmers come from wherever the Lord and Lady pluck them.
Well done.
So
Perhaps you.
go ahead.
Where is everyone else?
I think they went back into the manor to rest. Perhaps you should as well.
I'm still outside.
Oh.
But I'm just sat somewhere. Well, I'm doing the map thing, so I could be wherever.
How long does it take you to make a map? Like just like the basic ones. Like, could you have gotten all 4 done in that time?
Yeah, the area probably would have got all 4 done. They're kind of like it's an ongoing process as I go down the roads and things again.
Here's my question, Josh. Mechanically, since I just sat there and did nothing for 8 hours, does that count as a rest? And could I load them in the cart and just carry them overnight?
No,
It's
because
it's not a concentration spell. That's the thing. Like mechanically, I'm not really sure how it works.
so concentration only matters after the spell is cast to keep it going. So you were concentrating on casting the spell the whole time. It wasn't like you cast it and then held it in your head. So you were actively casting it the whole time. I mean, if you wanted, like I said with how I do the rest, you could carry them through the night and then you would have to rest tomorrow morning, like when you woke up today.
It's probably fine. If we can ask the group, but if you'd like, I could just begin our travel to Putnam if people wanted to get into the cart, and I can simply rest, in the morning.
Now, I would say I am rather intrigued by these ruins. I would very much like to get to Pudmit and, spread the good word. But I don't know. The ruins sound like a mystery box to me, and I can never turn down a mystery box. There could be anything in those ruins. There could be a boat.
I'm uncertain about boats. I am always interested in the acquisition of knowledge, especially of older buildings, or that which is found within older buildings.
Mr. Cavelian, do you recall the nature of these ruins? I know you said they were old. Did they appear to be ruins of something specific?
It wasn't a village or a town or anything like that. I think it was maybe I didn't venture close to them, so I don't know, but like a castle or some small tower or something like that.
Perhaps it is something that could be refurbished and give us a base of operations near what I assume will soon be a thriving town.
Potentially, although I think the ruins were quite ruinous, so they would need some major refurbishment.
Well, I can make the plants grow.
Yes.
I am not opposed to checking out the ruins.
Will we have to burn this building down as well?
I doubt it. I think we should go and check it out.
All right.
I'm for it.
Any objections? Okay.
Nope.
Fargus, as you go get your cart, pack your belongings, prep for what would be a night of travel. I think that's where we're going to take our break. So, we'll be back in about 20 minutes. So stick around and we will see what happens with the party whenever they set out on the road.
Big props to, who was that? The Winterbound that sent the raid over?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for the raid. Yes. And so sorry about deleting messages. I thought that was a bot and I was in the middle of everything.
It's all good.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you everyone that came with for hanging out. We're here every Sunday at we're here almost every Sunday at 6 o'clock Eastern. So hit that follow button and you'll get notified when we go live. And like I said, we'll see everyone in about 20 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. With the banana, just waving it around.
Always wave my banana around.
He does too. You should see him off stream. Dear God.
I
Like a
mean,
sausage fest in here.
He stretches that thing out so far.
but not quite 18 inches.
No, all 18 centimeters. Or millimeters.
Barely.
I'm American, so I don't know which is bigger, centimeters or millimeters.
Millimeters. Definitely
Well,
millimeters.
it's million, so it must be bigger.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Oh, Jesus.
Logic and sound.
The logic is sound.
Millimeters. Yeah.
All right, let's just move beyond that quickly. And on to bigger and better things. As the party was Jesus. When last before the break, the party was had prepped and loaded their items into the wagon. Fargus preparing to grab the arms and pull.
I assume with powerful build that I can pull the wagon.
Yeah.
My brother Fargus, Tia and Tamara would gladly help you pull this cart.
I mean, can Tia and Tamara pull it without me having to can two skeletons pull the cart?
Ooh, I doubt that.
So they have a strength of 10.
I will walk to help cut down on the weight in the wagon.
No, they're not strong enough.
I mean, they could assist.
Yeah,
Push maybe.
they could push. But they don't have a whole lot of muscle. So,
Or any.
yeah,
Yet still have a strength of 10.
the modifier of
strong.
0. So
They had a good amount of calcium in their life. Drank a lot of milk.
right. So, as you set off into the direction of the ruins, I guess Mr. Gavellian, being the only one who has seen these ruins, you would be our guide on this adventure.
Ready.
All right, so roll me a survival check.
$14.
Okay. Mr. Trevelyan is able to lead you off into the direction. It is getting dark as Fargus hauls this cart along. Is there anything that anyone would like to do during this travel time?
I will put the ring on for overnight.
Okay.
And if possible, would like to try to rest on this journey.
Of course. Is there anything anyone else would like to do?
Yeah, me. Since I took a nap a little in the house before, earlier, I'm sitting in front of the cart, and I gave Fargus a piece of paper, and I tell him that all this unit talk earlier today, made me remember one poem that I heard once about that I think someone from the unit wrote. I think his name was Leopold or whatever. I don't know. I remember. So I give the paper to him, and the poem reads. In mountains, deep beneath the mud, you'll find the cap that's iron hard. Bite not into stock that's uncooked raw, but boiled down in stew to unlock the flaw. And I got a feeling that he might, since he talked about mushrooms, I give it to him. When I go back and just watch the sky as we ride into these ruins.
Is Arvad gonna become a food blogger?
Perhaps.
Just going around inspecting the kitchens.
Mayhaps.
Egon Rone over here.
Vargas,
You
what
try
do you
to
think
read-
of the poem?
I think it's referring to an iron shroom, and I think I want to find one.
Just don't show it to your mom.
Rock hard iron shroom.
Ooh, stream title.
Hey.
I mean, iron shrooms are rock hard. It's established.
I was thinking 18 inches is average.
Oh, that's true.
18-inch codpiece stream title.
Just gonna leave that alone.
All good options, Josh. I don't know why you're not
Great
actively
options.
typing.
Great options.
Actively typing. You say.
I just saying, I don't see you typing.
Wait, it is right there.
Can I do a strength check at advantage to move us along quicker?
Ooh.
Advantage because of the skeletons.
Well, why don't I take one side of the cart? I'm walking anyway. You take one side, I take the other side. What do you think?
Yeah. With two skeletons pushing? Absolutely.
All right.
I mean,
The two
yes,
of you, roll me a strength check from each of you.
Nope, keep rolling on there. Don't do that. Do this.
Mine's a whopping 9.
Athletics. I should say athletics. So that might help.
I can re-roll it if you want. Can I roll with advantage?
No, this is just a straight roll.
Did anyone see my strength roll show up? I'm trying to reload the page and my dice didn't pop
So
up.
one of them was the only one that we could see is a 7.
That'd be a 10 then.
Yeah.
And mine was a 9.
Together, that's a 19.
Looks like it's all up to T and Tamara.
The two of you begin to pull away from the skeletons, you can see that they grab on and manage to just hold on as they as you guys begin to move along at a much faster pace. Just bouncing along. Is there anything else that anyone would like to do for the first few hours of this trip?
Me, I'm just going to be mapping, so that's all I'm going to be doing unless anything else happens, because I kind of need to.
Okay. Roll me another survival check, Mr. Cavalian, since you're...
So 14 again.
Okay.
No, that's a 16, sorry. That's a 16 this time. That's a 16.
Even through the dark, you're able to navigate pretty well, keeping everyone on track. As the cart slows down a little bit, you know, from just the demanding pace of hauling 4 people and 2 skeletons through. Even for the 2 of you, it's a demanding task. The night begins to press on. The moon gets higher and higher in the sky. It's not too long before you begin to see what looks like might be light in the distance.
Curious. It is nightfall after all.
Are you on that wagon?
Yes.
Not expecting to be close to any villages, are you?
I'm unfamiliar with these territories.
Yeah, I am as well to a degree. Very well. Keep our eyes peeled.
From what you can gather, Mr. Cavelian, this is... you should be just about on top of the ruins at this point.
Gotcha. It looks like, actually, thinking about it, looking at my map here, that we're very, very close to the ruins, so maybe there's a group of people who decided to use them to camp. But anyway, might be an idea if we let everybody else know if they haven't already seen it.
Does this look like torchlight, camp lights, lantern lights?
I would say firelight, like a soft glow of a fire that's off in the distance.
Okay.
Yes, I definitely think some people have set up camp in the ruins there. We should proceed with caution, I think.
Agreed.
So, Fargus, we probably should slow down, maybe even stop the wagon here, and maybe we should proceed on foot if there's people ahead.
I think that is probably a good idea. So I guess we stop the wagon
Okay.
a little bit and like a little ways off and proceed by foot.
All right.
Get another wagon I will lose in the woods.
Since it was brought to my attention by Mori earlier, I shall ask first instead. First, Fargus, would you be okay with me stimulating you?
I will never turn down a good stimulant.
Miss Oakhart, or Goathart, are you comfortable with stimulation?
Yes. I think we should probably talk about word choice, but yes.
Very well. We can have that discussion later if you so choose. Then I fire my stim darts at both Goathart and Fargus and myself.
Okay.
10 more hit points to their maximum.
Okay.
And then false life at level 3 for myself.
All right. You stop a decent deal away from the firelight. Early enough, definitely, that there would be no chance of detection. After you're stimulated and false lifed, what does the party want to do?
It's like middle of the night, right?
It's like 3 o'clock.
Well, my brothers, I don't think y'all want to just take a nap, right? Just finish this night out.
I mean, we made it here, so might as well just see what's happening over there.
Do we want to sneak up first then, I guess?
We do have a scout in the party. Mr. Cavelian is an excellent scout.
It's what I did for a living for many years.
Then I'd say we make good use of those skills and scout out what's ahead of us.
Yes, I'm willing to do that. If you care to stay here, I'll head off ahead.
Let me bless you, my son. My brother, my brother. No, sorry. Let me bless you, my brother.
That just came out right there.
So that I can guide you along the way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daddy. Kill me. I'm deceased.
Thanks, Daddy.
Choke me, Daddy. Ooh.
Not wise to have soup on the stream.
Anyways, you have guidance. It's a D4 to
Thank
an
you.
ability check.
Mr. Cavelian, would you like me to become an animal and scout ahead with you as we did back in the town at first?
How about if I go left and you go right, and we'll kind of approach it from two different sides and get a different view of it?
That works for me. Josh, can I wild shape into a panther?
Sure.
Why are you hesitant about that?
I was debating if you would have seen a panther.
I mean, I could do a wolf. I'm
thinking like a bobcat, like a cougar or something like that.
Yeah, that's all. They're all
Yeah.
they're all the same thing. It's just
Pretty
stealthy
much.
cat.
Yeah.
I'd do a house cat if it
No.
used the group.
No. Yeah. You're definitely able to do that. Is the two of you roll stealth checks at advantage because it is dark and they have no idea that you're coming.
Two.
18.
What was yours, Mr. Cavelian?
22.
Ooh.
Okay.
The two of you are able to very easily approach the firelight. Coming in from either side. Fargus, roll me a perception check. Mr. Cavelian, you as well.
Any chance this would be based on smell?
You could get away with that.
$25.
14 plus 8 is
22.
22.
Okay. Mr. Cavelian, you're able to see, and Fargus, you're able to smell that there are corpses. You can see a few of them laying in the tall grass that is kind of around this area. Mr. Cavelian, you're able to see these impressions where these bodies are. You can also see two large draft horses that have been tied up outside. You can also see, Mr. Cavelian, that it looks as though part of a tower has fallen, and underneath is what looks like a staircase down into the earth.
Can we see from this distance whether the bodies look fresh? I'm guessing by the draft horses they probably are, but can we see?
I'd probably be able to smell how fresh they are.
It's more likely.
Is it like rank or is it just like death?
I'm gonna say it's just kind of like death.
So
They're not-
relatively fresh then.
Well,
They're not.
yeah,
Yeah, they're not body soup yet.
They're not
just-
decaying.
No.
So it's not putrefaction we can smell.
No.
Freshly pooped pants.
Freshly pooped pants. Yeah, give or take no more than a day or two.
Okay.
You can tell that, you can, however, tell that, from the kind of clothing that you're wearing, that these would be what you'd think of as bandits. It's not it's not like a group of uniforms or anything like that. This is kind of wearing whatever they could get their hands on.
So some bandits probably ambushed people, and the people they ambushed then just murdered them and moved away. But you said there's draft horses there. The draft horses, are they attached to each other or a cart, or are they staked down to the ground?
It looks like they're tied to one, like a tree that's growing out of the ruins.
Okay.
You said that, are we like on the edge of like the forest looking in on this? Can you give me a little bit more of the scene?
Yeah.
Just like,
So,
can I move around?
yeah. So from where the two of you are on either side, you can see. You guys can each see each other enough to know where you both are, but it looks as though this was some kind of tower. It was like kind of fallen in and tilted over. You would be facing what you can best guess is the front, and you can see what looks like a half-buried cobblestone path, or maybe even brick path that runs up to the front of it. It is kind of like the front, you can tell this was like a clearing, like the front of the building, and then flanking around it basically looks like rubble, like stone piles and just really unworkable, unmovable things.
Could I go around and actually like climb up the leaning tower? Like, would I be able to see down in to the tower, or is it like collapsed all the way in?
It almost looks like it fell, and then so it's like this, and like the bottom half is missing. It's just like the concrete is holding that part together.
Gotcha.
I'll head back. I'm not going to be as agile or as silent as him in his cat form, so I'll head back to the group.
Yeah, I kind of just give give you like a growl, and then I'd like to like climb up onto the fallen tower and kind of look around.
Okay. Roll me.
Panthers have a climb speed of 40.
I mean, it's not really like a climb. It's more just like a walk up a slope.
Like a ramp.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just roll me a stealth check. Fargus in cat form, and Mr. Trevelyan, you make your way back to the group.
Still an advantage or no?
You can because you're moving into the light.
I didn't mean to do that. Roll dice, not hidden roll. What? It didn't show up yet. What did
4?
I'm refreshing the page. Was it a 4? That's not 8 to no 10 total.
Okay. As you make your way up, your cat form low and crawling, you catch a spot that you think is solid, and as you push, some of the rubble shifts and one of the bricks begins to fall. It doesn't make a lot of noise, but it makes just a little. You're able to kind of creep up and overlooking. You can see that this staircase that was right underneath you runs backwards and in. But from your vantage point, you can just barely make out where Mr. Trevelyan was heading, but otherwise you just see the bodies, which from here you can count 8 bodies strewn, and you can see light from a fire that is set outside, as well as you can see there's definitely light and activity down inside underneath.
And activity? Like, do I hear?
Not activity isn't like people, but you can tell that there's light down in there. So there's some kind of torch light that is down inside. So it's not just like the camp. There's definitely was, at least at one point, someone inside.
Okay. So like somebody had something here that was a little bit more permanent, it seems. Maybe.
You're gathering from the stonework that this could be the same. This was made when the tower was made.
Okay. But do I any movement, anything alive? Do I hear anybody? See anybody? Or is it just the dead bodies?
You just see the bodies.
Okay.
Mr. Trevelyan, as you arrive back at the group, what would you like to do?
I'll tell them. So there's half a dozen bodies or so that look like bandits. Maybe they attacked a group and were killed. They're relatively fresh, about a day. There are 2 draft horses that are tied to a tree, probably haven't fed. There is a set of stairs that leads down into some kind of catacomb nearby. The tower that you might just be able to see in the darkness over there that's leaning, that the bottom part of that has crumbled away. There is a set of stairs that lead down. No movement that I could see, but it is possible that there are people inside and downstairs that I've not been able to get to without going into the light and potentially giving myself away. But it looks quiet at the moment. Whatever happened to the bodies happened about a day ago. What would you like to do?
I'm still curious, and at the very least, dead bandits need no use for coin or whatever. We can rummage through their bodies for leftovers.
Yeah.
And we can use the horses.
Where's Fergus?
He transformed into some kind of feline creature, and I believe he was going to go in and try to get on top of some of the rubble. But I didn't consider that it was safe for me to do so, so I just left him to do that. After all, they're going to be less inclined to attack just a forest animal than they are an individual.
So let's wait until he gets back.
Yes.
And figure out what, get more intel, and then we make a decision.
I think if Fargus is going to be scouting ahead with me a lot, I need to teach him the hand signals that the 2 of us know, so that he can get a good idea of, what's going on. Sort of like, or maybe if there's one person, sort of.
Yeah, that one was one of my favorites.
Yes, of course. But in all seriousness, no, I think it would be useful.
Rare.
Oh, look, a cat.
But is there any further need for subtlety at this moment? We can just go in there.
I mean, if he's going a little bit closer, maybe he could have a look inside, or at least his ears be able to pick up anything. So let's wait and see what he comes back with, and then assuming he didn't hear or see anything else untoward, then I don't think we need any kind of subtlety as we head in.
I concede to your judgment.
Yeah, Josh, I get towards the top of that, and I actually intentionally push some bricks off the back to make noise to see if anything stirs.
Off the back side or off the front side?
I'm just trying to push some loose bricks, like where I walked up. I'm just trying to push some bricks, tumble them down, basically. Just make noise to see if I hear anything stirring as a result.
Okay. Roll me a perception check. Relying on hearing.
Oh my god, slow, please. Doing it on my phone to try to maintain bandwidth. That'd be a natural 1 or a 7, or a 9.
So you push what you think is one brick, and it turns out a whole chunk just begins to tumble and fall. And as it does, you're listening to see if you can hear any reaction, but you can't make anything out over the sound of these bricks actually tumbling themselves.
Makes sense. Okay, so I did a bad job at that. So I just jump down, I guess, towards the backside and start to creep around to that opening where the fire was.
Okay.
I'm pretty aggressively scouting it because, again, to Mr. Cavelian's point, they might just think I'm a forest animal, and I can always just take off if I do see anybody. So you know, I'm getting more bold with looking around.
Okay. As you come to the top of the stairs, you can hear your first sounds of some kind of life. You can hear someone shouting to someone, yelling at someone else. Set that over here. It has to go in the portal too.
Is there like a guard or anyone at the top of the stairs?
Now this goes down probably a good 30 feet and then kind of disappears back.
How close are the bodies to me? Can I just walk? Can I go over and investigate the bodies a little further?
Yeah. They're probably 20 feet like away from the door.
Yeah, so I walk over to the bodies. Can I tell method of, like, were they hit with swords? Was it a vampire thing? Was it a...
it was death by combat. It wasn't the vampire. It wasn't like they were mutilated. This looks like some of them have been hit with some kind of magic. You see like magic burns. You can see sword wounds.
I creep a little bit towards the stairs and just try to be really quiet and like go down a little bit further and just see if I can, if it spirals a little, just see if I can see towards the bottom, see anybody, just get an idea for what the people I'm hearing look like.
Well, it's like a straight shot down, and then there's like a hallway that just goes back.
Okay. Yeah, so I creep down.
Roll me a stealth check.
$13.
You're able to make it down pretty easily. They're not really paying attention. So as you get down, you see what looks like a man in a humanoid with some kind of like cowl down over. They are just standing like kind of backs toward you. You can see what looks like a few humans carrying what looks like it's a piece of machine. It looks like a piece of machinery. It has a large circular base, and it looks like a pillar with a large ball on top, and then what looks like circular brass or bronze rings wrapped around it, like part, as they go up.
Yeah.
They're carrying it into like a room off to the side. The hooded figure, it looks to be holding a book in one hand, and you can see standing alongside him are two very again, backs to you, heavily armored, look like humanoids. It's just a very heavy smell of death and decay here. You can see like these two are carrying that one piece in as the other one kind of is directing. That's
more than enough information for me to not get any closer, so I kind of back up the steps and head off in the woods to like back towards where we left the group.
Make me a stealth check as you make your escape. Okay. Yeah, you're able to make your way back and out. Back disappear into the night of the forest.
Yeah, I go back to the group and I drop wild shape. So you guys just see this panther walk up to you, like, out of the bushes, and I just, like, turn back into an 8-foot-tall furbog. The ruins aren't as abandoned as we thought. I don't know what to make of the dead bodies, but there are at least 4 or 5 individuals underneath carrying some sort of contraption, heavily armored, definitely magic at work. He looks like he's holding some sort of spell book. The scent of decay is strong. I don't know what to make of what they're doing, but it is almost certainly nefarious.
I'm glad you managed to get in and check. I didn't see you, I'm assuming.
No, not that I can tell. I wasn't followed, didn't really leave in any particular haste. So.
Well, there we go. That's your answer, Medic.
Yes. Since they are hostile, do we still wish to proceed forward? Just checking with everybody here.
You mentioned about the portal, he said.
He said something about a portal. Yes, what that is, I'm not. Josh, could I mean, Arcana roll, or is this just something that I would have no idea about?
I mean, you know what a portal is, but
as far as like the thing, like the contraption they were carrying, the spell.
Oh yeah, you have no idea.
Okay.
Now you know that was a book he had in his hand, but the contraption, you have no idea.
Personally, I don't know that running down guns a-blazing and trying to disrupt what they're doing is the wisest decision.
No, I would agree.
I don't know how many people are down there either. I saw the ones I did, they were heavily armored, and they did, it seems pretty quickly dispatched the 2 that were here. I think we could stealthily make camp nearby and monitor the situation, maybe go in after they leave. But going in, I don't think is the best idea. If anything, ambushing when they come out and trying to get answers may work as well.
We have no indication that the people inside this tower are bad people. So
well,
guns
the smell of death and the dead bodies would say that they're at least capable of killing indiscriminately.
Well, I mean, from all intents and purposes, it looks like the people who were killed were bandits. I mean, if we were beset by bandits, I should imagine we'd probably kill them too.
That is fair. I suppose simply walking down and asking them what they're doing is out of the question.
Tricky situation to be in.
These moral quandaries are somewhat peculiar to me because typically I'm accustomed to somebody pointing and then diving into the thick of it.
Into the thick of it?
Get out of here.
So I shall concede to the judgment of the group.
You mentioned there was horses. Maybe we could just take the horses and run?
Yes, pre-acquisition.
Pre-acquisition.
I could always try and converse with the horses and ask if they know what they've seen.
I mean,
it's an option.
You can converse with them while we run away.
With them?
With them. Yeah.
With them.
I see no reason not to liberate the horses from their would-be captors.
I mean, we also, Mr. Cavillion raises a good point. We do not know that these are bad individuals. If we had made camp at this ruin and were beset upon by a bunch of bandits, we would defend ourselves.
Yeah.
That could be exactly what happened here.
And maybe the smell of death and decay is from the ruins themselves and not the individuals.
They are old ruins. There could just have been dead bodies down there for many a year.
After many years of death, the decay should not possess any smell. Usually it stops after approximately 3 to 6 months of putrefaction, depending upon environmental conditions. There is also possibly the thought of just going in and talking to them.
Embry, can you smell?
That
I have olfactory senses, yes.
I kind of like the idea of going in and talking. Saying, hey, what's up, guys?
To be fair, we are a bit of a morally ambiguous group. So if there's work to be done and we're here,
I consider most morality ambiguous.
So let's go say hi.
I think we may have landed. I think we should land on a strategic chat. I don't know that we should all just walk in and wave our hands and say hello.
I could go forward first, and then, or speak from the top of the staircase, while the rest of you perhaps could be arrayed in ambush, in case.
Well, I think that's a great idea. Most people are not used to your kind, and they might not know how to interact with you. No offense. Why don't I go?
Josh, did I get an idea of what race any of them were?
The two that were doing the lifting looked human. The other three that you saw had their backs to you.
Okay. I think Goatheart and I should go down and initiate conversation, as at worst, they were mostly humanoids, and to be fair, most people wouldn't actively try to just start a fight with 2 8-foot people that approach. They'd probably want to know what it would have to say before just attacking.
Very well.
We should give it a go.
We'll just position ourselves hidden in the woods around, just in case anything happens.
Might as well.
I shall wait by the top of the staircase, out of sight, to the side.
Okay. So as you approach, how do you want to set yourselves up?
Assuming Goatheart and I are just we'll be at the top of the stairs and walk down, so however everybody else wants to kind of position around that.
I'll hide sort of where the horses are,
Okay.
just in case we need to cut them loose really quick.
I shall start.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, M3.
I was thinking of rummaging through the bodies as I wait for them to go down the stairs. Pre-acquiring.
Pre-acquisition.
Yes, pre-acquisition.
Yeah. Roll me an investigation check, to go through one of their pockets. Brother Maury, what would you like to do?
Brother Maury would like to set up just straight across from the entrance, the down of the stairs, but not out in any sort of clearing, just,
So
back in.
30, 40 feet away.
However far away I have to get to be directly, eyesight, have line of sight
see
on
the top of the stairs, but okay.
But I'm behind a tree or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Whatever, not just standing in the middle of a clearing, hey, I'm right here.
Right.
Put an arrow in me.
Investigation 12.
Okay. Mr. Cavalian, where would you like to be?
I'm going to move away from people Maybe if I can get into a tree or something like that, a vantage point with my bow and just kind of have a look. Or if I can't do that, boulder or something that I can kind of hide behind. Actually, that's better because I need to be able to move as well. So a boulder or a thick tree or something that I can hide behind and get a good vantage point.
Okay.
And stealth up.
By the description, you could also go onto the tower and look down and see the top of the staircase.
True, but I'm a skirmisher, so I work best when I can shoot and move, rather
That
than
makes
stay
sense.
static.
Okay.
So I'll stealth up somewhere if I can.
All right. Okay. Roll me a stealth check, Mr. Gavali, and see how well you hide.
25.
You're pretty much invisible behind this tree. All right. Goatheart and Fargus, you make your way down the stairs.
I call out, "Ho to camp! Hello! We we don't want start any trouble. We just want to talk to you."
Okay. As you call out, you hear them begin to talk amongst themselves. You can see the turn slightly, just the head. They still haven't turned around to look at you. Master, it seems we have company. And the hooded one kind of turns his head just ever so slightly to look at the person speaking to him. Yes it does. Send one of the lackeys to take care of it. And you can see the one that's holding the book closes the book like a snap the book shut, and whenever you see his hand come up, you can see that it's a humanoid hand, but the flesh is very pale. The skin tone is very, very pale. I'll close the gate. The other two turn around to look at you. You can see one of them looks almost like a skeleton. He has on very black, dark armor. You can see lines of runes written through the armor. The sword he has at his waist has blue glowing runes going down it. The other one looks he looks human. The skin is like a pale gold. The eyes almost look as though they're solid gold. They turn around and look at you, and you hear them call out, pointing at one of the doors. You take care of these two. The master will give you help. Stepping out, you see an armored, in between you from one of the doors on the side, a man wearing armor. I'll give you an accurate description. He's carrying what looks to be a polearm, or glaive, I should say, two large blades on either side. He steps out. He has dark colored armor on as well.
I think they have particular connotations with the phrase "take care of us."
I smile and say, "Hi, we're looking for work."
He looks. You see the person that stepped out look over his shoulder. The man with the golden eyes nods, and he turns back to you, just completely unwavering his face. Arvad, actually, meet M3. Your hands are in somebody's pockets. You begin to see as this corpse begins to twitch and move and begin to rise to its feet right in front of you.
Peculiar. I was certain it was dead.
You look around and all of the corpses are rising to their feet. And that is where we're going to leave off.
Night of the Walking Dead. Let's go.
I'm so ready for combat.
Was there something?
No, I'm excited that we're gonna wait on this one because I can only assume that this is gonna be one hell of a Talespire map.
Yes.
That may or may not already be built.
May not.
May not.
May not need to be hardwired to run so that my computer doesn't explode.
But we need
The horses are alive though, right?
Did you check their pulse?
They were alive.
breathing.
Your local druid can tell you they were alive.
They were alive.
Okay. I was like,
I would like to retcon something real quick. I would have had Tia and Tamara come with me.
of
Like
course.
I wouldn't have just left them behind.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Like,
They're about to meet.
yeah.
$10 says
assume
go
that they're
hard
gonna-
attacks them by accident.
No,
I
man.
assume that they're gonna follow you around.
Yeah. Unless I give them an order, they should just kind of follow me.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Okay. I just figured I didn't want to like start next time and be like, and Tia and Tamara are here too. Obviously, you know.
I feel like I'm gonna die again.
I have the question.
You got the dagger. You got the dagger.
Oh yeah, no, I got a dagger. Yes.
Just, you know.
I just want to know where these skeletons got short bows and short swords.
You already said they pull a rib off.
Rib.
They pull a rib off and strings the rest of their sinew to it.
So they only got so many shots because they keep firing bones out, and pretty soon they're nothing.
Firing their own bones. Hey, look, it's magic, all right? That's
Right.
how necromancy works, is you bring the dead back to life and magically create weaponry for them. Yeah.
Arms and armor for them.
Yeah.
So thank you everyone for hanging out. Again, thank you to
Winterbound and
yes,
Sunbun.
the Winterbound and Sunbun and everyone who came along with that raid. It was so great to have you, and we hope that you can come back. I said we're here every Sunday. Next week will not be the regular campaign. Next week we're going to do something else. So check out our Discord.
Thank you to Heather for subscribing.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Heather.
Yes.
I didn't even see that.
From
Thank
our
you so
friends at
much.
DD Dice.
Yes, thank you so much for everyone who followed, and thank you, Heather, for subscribing. And head over to the Discord, see what we're up to. You can chat with all of us. We're always in there. Some of the don't hold us accountable for some of the things that happen in general chat. It can get weird there, for sure.
I mean, it gets weird in this stream. I mean, why wouldn't it be
But
weird
it gets
in
worse
Discord?
there, and I have no control over the general chat. So things just happen, and I look at it in the morning and go, oh my god.
What happened while I was asleep?
What did Anthony type?
I'm like,
Not the
Mickey,
first
what
time
happened?
I've said that.
Definitely not the first time I've said that. But again, thank you guys. Don't forget to check out all our friends, Dice Tower Dungeons. If you're in the... Go ahead. You tell them where you're at.
To be honest, I have no idea where Dice Tower Dungeons is going to be. They're piggybacking on with Kraken. So Kraken Dice has graciously offered Dice Tower Dungeons some room in their booth to sell towers. So people can roll the Kraken Dice through the Dice Tower Dungeon Dice Towers and go, oh, wow, I gotta have
Where's
it.
that
At San Diego Comic-Con.
Yeah,
Where
that's
else would we be in July?
I don't
It is
know.
the event to go to in July.
That's why
And
I
it's-
said that. We want everyone
Yeah.
to know. If you're in
It's
San
the
Diego
longest-
Comic-Con, find Kraken Dice, and therefore
Exactly.
Christy and Dice Tower
Follow
Dungeons.
Right, and follow Dice Tower Dungeons on Instagram and TikTok. Once I know where we're going to be at, I will be posting on both platforms so that you'll be sure to find us. And again, Damien is going to be at another thing at Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con. He's
Not allowed to talk about it.
We're not allowed to talk about it, but check his Twitter and his Instagram. And
all the socials are down are below the stream in the about section, so check all those out.
For those juicy deets.
For the juicy deets. And next week after Comic-Con, I'll be talking more about my beautiful dice jewelry.
Nice.
Nice.
Right? Okay.
So yeah, next
Just go check out the 18-inch
Ghost
dice tower. That thing is amazing.
the average size dice tower.
Yeah. Just your average dice tower.
Will they make an 18-inch codpiece dice tower for us?
No.
Not on this stream.
Specifically for me.
No.
He's not compensating for anything. But yeah, check them out. Thanks to DD Dice. That's the dice roller we're using right in the middle of the stream. We're gonna get that picture centered out because it's been driving me nuts.
The OCD is killing me.
Yeah, just killing me. So we're gonna get that moved into the center. We'll figure that out later. But
Oh, I see. It's off not centered. I get it. Okay.
yeah.
Slightly off center.
But yeah, check out DD Dice for your dice rolling needs. It's pretty awesome. Thank you everyone for hanging out and just being here. And we'll see you Sunday.
Peace.